Have you ever heard a place described in such a way that you felt you could find it? Even if you'd never been there. There's an old wooden mill somewhere along a slow-moving river in the countryside. People say it's been standing for generations, its wheel turning through every season, through years of sunshine and years of rain. They say the man who tends it, Elias, has lived there his whole life, and if you were to visit, he might not tell you much about himself at first, but you'd notice the way his eyes follow the river and how his steps match the steady pace of the water wheel. Tonight, we'll walk to that mill together. We'll listen to the sounds it's kept company with for decades, and we'll see what the rain has to say to the river and to the man who calls this place home. So find a comfortable spot, let the day begin to fall away, and let's begin our journey. The morning rain did not end. It simply learned to fall in a quieter voice. By mid-morning, the drops had grown smaller, more deliberate, as if the clouds had decided to take their time. The world beyond the mill was wrapped in a soft haze, the kind that erases sharp edges and leaves only shapes, like brush strokes on an old watercolor painting. Elias rose from his chair and set the empty coffee mug on the windowsill. It left a faint ring of moisture, which caught the dim light and shimmered for a moment before fading. He stepped to the open doorway, the blanket still resting on his shoulders, and leaned against the frame. From here, he could see the slow ripple of the river's current, each dimple in the water catching a fragment of the pale sky. The air smelled of cedar from the beams of the mill, of the faint sweetness of damp hay stored in the loft above, and of something older still, a scent that came from the river itself, like the memory of distant rains long past. He drew in a deep breath, letting the mixture of scents fill his lungs, and felt a quiet gratitude settle over him. A single wagon passed along the far bank of the river. Its wheels, muffled by the wet ground, made no sound that reached him. The figure on the bench seat, a neighbor perhaps, was hunched slightly forward under a coat, but did not hurry. Elias watched the wagon disappear into the curve of the lane, its presence leaving only the faintest echo of movement in the stillness. Inside, the mill was dim but not dark. The windows admitted a pale silvery light, muted by the rain-streaked glass. Dust motes moved lazily in the air, their tiny paths lit just enough to be seen. He reached for the broom that leaned against the wall and began to sweep in slow, even strokes, the bristles whispering against the wooden floorboards. Sweeping was never about chasing dust away. It was about tending to the space, acknowledging it, keeping the boards smooth underfoot. His father had once told him that caring for a place was not in the grand repairs, but in the steady daily gestures no one noticed. He had believed it then, and he believed it now more than ever. When the floor was clear, Elias stood by the wide workbench near the back wall. A few tools lay there, worn smooth from decades of use. He picked up a small wooden mallet, its handle darkened where countless hands had gripped it, and turned it slowly in his palm. There was a comfort in knowing that an object could serve quietly, day after day, without asking for recognition. The rain's song changed again, a breeze bringing it at an angle so that it tapped gently against the side wall of the mill. The sound was different from the roof's steady patter, softer, more intricate, like fingers drumming lightly on a hollow drum. Elias paused to listen. He had learned over the years that the rain had more than one voice, and each was worth hearing. A few minutes later, he stepped out onto the covered porch, the boards cool beneath his boots. From here, The river looked darker than before, its surface broken in countless places by the rain's touch. On the far bank, a line of willows leaned toward the water, their branches hanging low and trembling as the drops gathered and fell from each leaf. The slow wheel of the mill turned beside him, lifting and dropping arcs of water back into the river. Its rhythm was steady enough to make the passing of time feel irrelevant. He thought of the mornings from years ago, when his mother would hang laundry on the line and he, as a boy, would stand nearby holding the basket of clothespins. Rainy days meant the line stayed empty, but they also meant hours spent indoors, listening to the same sounds he heard now. The wheel, the rain, the soft groan of timbers in the damp air. It struck him how little those sounds had changed, even as the seasons and years had rolled forward. Leaning against the porch post, Elias let the blanket slip from his shoulders to rest across his forearms. The weight of it felt grounding. He watched a single leaf, loosened from somewhere upriver, float past the wheel and continue downstream. For a moment he imagined following it, seeing where it would go, how far the river would carry it before it came to rest. But then he smiled to himself. There was no need. The river would tell him in its own way, someday, perhaps without him even realizing it. The morning deepened into midday, though the light barely changed. The clouds were thick and the rain kept its unhurried pace. Elias turned back inside, set the blanket across the back of his chair, and began preparing a small meal. A slice of brown bread from yesterday's loaf, a wedge of mild cheese, and a single pear from the basket by the window. He ate slowly, noticing the texture of each bite, the way the bread softened under the pressure of his teeth, how the cheese mellowed on his tongues, and the sweetness of the pear's juice as it met the back of his throat. After he had finished, he set the plate aside but did not rise from his seat. Instead, he let his eyes wander to the far corner of the room, where a narrow shelf held a few things he'd kept over the years. A smooth river stone, a small tin of buttons from his mother's sewing box, a folded letter whose paper had yellowed at the edges. Each object was an anchor to a memory, and each memory, like the rain, was patient in how it revealed itself. The sound of the wheel in the rain mingled, filling the mill with a quiet that was more than silence. It was the quiet of a place that had been lived in, worked in, trusted over the span of years. A quiet that, once it found its way into you, stayed. And so the hours passed, not quickly, not slowly, just as they were meant to. Outside, the rain continued its gentle work on the roof and the river. Inside, Elias breathed in its rhythm, letting it steady him from the inside out. The rain had not quickened, nor had it faded. It went on as if it had settled into its proper pace and had no reason to change. By early afternoon, the light was still muted, the sky a pale gray that seemed to smooth every color it touched. The green of the willows, the brown of the porch boards, even the soft cream of the linen sacks resting inside the mill. Elias sat again by the open doorway, his chair angled so that he could see both the water wheel and the bend in the river. He had finished his midday meal and left the plate on the workbench, choosing instead to sit with the quiet that the rain made possible. The air was cool enough now that he had drawn the old blanket up over his shoulders once more, the wool rough but familiar against his neck. From somewhere along the river road came the faint rhythmic clop of hooves on wet ground. It was a sound that reached him in a softened form, carried and shaped by the rain. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes following the curve of the lane that passed through the small meadow, before joining the bridge to his side of the river. A figure appeared, walks beside a small cart pulled by a bay mare. The cart's wooden wheels were edged with dark metal, slick now with the damp, and the mare's mane hung in loose strands along her neck. Beside her walked a young woman, her head bowed slightly under the wide brim of a straw hat darkened by the rain. In the cart, under a folded tarp, were several sacks of grain. Elias knew her before she came close enough for her features to be clear. It was Clara, who kept a small patch of farmland with her father some miles upriver. He had seen her come this way each autumn since she was a child, first riding beside her father, later bringing the grain herself when his health began to falter. The pace of her visits was as steady as the turning of the wheel, as certain as the return of the geese in spring. She waved when she saw him, a small gesture, but it seemed to carry easily across the wet air. He raised his hand in return, and by the time she reached the porch, the mare's breath was coming in slow, visible clouds. "Afternoon, Elias," she said, her voice quiet but warm. "Afternoon, Clara. You've brought the rain with you," he replied, stepping forward to take the bridle in his hand while she unlatched the cart. "It was falling before I left." She smiled, but it seemed friendlier down the road. Together they lifted the sacks one by one, carrying them into the mill. The air inside grew thicker with the scent of damp grain, blending with the mill's familiar odors of wood and stone. They set the sacks against the far wall, and Elias fetched 2 stools from beside the workbench. "You've come a fair way," he said, motioning for her to sit. "I've got coffee still warm, or I can make tea." "Tea, if it's not too much trouble," she answered, removing her hat and shaking loose a few damp strands of hair, while the water heated on the small stove in the corner. Clara told him about the fields, how the early frost had nipped at the beans, how the pumpkins were coming on slower than last year. Her voice was unhurried, as if she knew there was time enough to speak of everything worth speaking of. Elias listened, the rhythm of her words fitting neatly into the steady sound of the rain against the walls. When the tea was ready, he poured it into 2 mismatched mugs, setting one before her. The steam rose in small curls, catching the light from the stove's narrow window. They drank in silence for a while, watching the droplets gather on the edges of the open doorway before falling to the porch. After the tea was gone, Clara stood and walked to the threshold. From there, she looked out at the water wheel, its paddles lifting arcs of river water into the air before letting them fall again. "I used to think it spun faster," she said softly. "When I was little, I thought it was rushing to keep up with the river." Elias smiled. "It's never been in a hurry. The wheel only needs to move fast enough to do its work, and the river, well, it has nowhere else to be." She turned back toward him, and for a moment they simply shared the quiet. It was the kind of pause that didn't ask to be filled. Outside, the rain kept its even pace, as if it too were part of the conversation. When the time came for her to leave, Elias walked with her to the cart. He patted the mare's neck, feeling the warmth beneath her damp coat, and watched as Clara climbed to the bench. "Safe road to you," he said. "And to you," she answered with another small wave. He stood on the porch long after the cart had vanished from sight, listening until even the muffled sound of hooves was gone. The mill felt quieter now, but not empty, as though the rain itself had taken up the space she left behind. Inside, he returned the stools to their place, folded the blanket neatly over the back of his chair, and sat once more by the doorway. The river went on in its steady passage, and Elias, with no thought of the hours ahead, let himself be carried along with it. The afternoon stretched out in the way rainy days often do, its edges softened by the steady murmur of water on the roof. The light outside had settled into a muted silver, neither bright nor dim, as if the day had decided to hold itself in a gentle pause before evening came. Elias remained on the porch long after Clara's cart had vanished down the lane, the faint scent of her tea still lingering in the air, mingling with the damp smell of the river and the sweet breath of wet cedar from the mill's timbers. He shifted in his chair, pulling the old blanket more tightly around his shoulders. The fabric carried its own quiet history, threads worn thin in places where hands had pulled it close on cold nights, patches sewn by his mother's careful fingers. It was the kind of blanket that had belonged to a place as much as to a person, absorbing the years in silence. As the rain tapped steadily against the porch roof, Elias closed his eyes for a moment, letting his thoughts wander backward. He remembered a day like this when he was a boy. A slow rain, the river high from the night before, and his father working at the far end of the mill, checking the gear teeth for wear. Elias had been given the task of sweeping the loft, a job he did half-heartedly, more interested in the patterns the rain made on the wide window panes. From above, he had watched his father move methodically through his work, pausing now and then to test the wheel's turn with the weight of his hands. There had been a peace in the way his father worked, a sense that nothing in the world needed to be rushed. When he opened his eyes now, the same view greeted him. The wheel turning, the river sliding past, the rain steady and without hurry. It was as if time had folded, bringing that memory forward into the present. Rising from the chair, Elias stepped inside and lit the small lamp on the workbench. The soft glow deepened the shadows in the corners of the mill, giving the space a warm, sheltering feel. He moved toward the loft ladder, running his hand along the smooth wood of the railing as he climbed. The loft was just as it had been for decades, wooden bins for grain, a few crates stacked neatly, and the window that looked out over the river bend. From here, the rain made a different kind of music. It drummed gently on the roof above his head, but he could also hear it striking the river directly. A softer, more fluid sound, as if the drops were being welcomed home. He stood at the window for some time, watching the way the water's surface shivered under the touch of the rain. On a shelf near the window sat an old tin box, its paint worn away in places to reveal the dull metal beneath. Elias pulled it closer and eased off the lid. Inside were small things his mother had kept. A handful of buttons, a scrap of ribbon, 2 smooth stones from the river, and a folded scrap of paper with his father's handwriting on it. The words were brief, a list of repairs needed after a long winter, but the shape of the letters was enough to carry Elias back to evenings at the kitchen table, the smell of bread baking, and the quiet sound of pens scratching across paper. He closed the tin gently and returned it to its place. Some things were better left to rest where they belonged, their stories safe inside them until the day someone else might open them again. Descending the ladder, he moved toward the stove in the corner. The kettle still held enough water for another cup of tea, so he set it back over the flame. The simple act of waiting for water to boil felt fitting on a day like this. Uncomplicated, without urgency. Outside, the light had begun to shift ever so slightly, a hint of the approaching evening softening the air. When the tea was ready, he carried it to the porch and set it on the railing beside him. The steam rose and drifted away in the damp air, vanishing before it could rise far. He sipped slowly, each swallow carrying a warmth that spread through him, settling deep in his chest. The river kept on with its steady work, and somewhere down the bank, a pair of ducks floated lazily near the reeds. They moved with the current more than they swam, content to let the water decide their pace. Elias found himself matching his breathing to that same pace, inhaling with the slow draw of the current, exhaling as it carried itself forward. In the quiet, he thought again of his father's voice telling him that the river would always teach a man how to live, if he was willing to listen. Looking out now at the rain-darkened water, he felt that truth more than he understood it, not as a lesson to be memorized, but as something that lived in the body, like the rhythm of walking or the feel of holding a tool that had shaped 1,000 days' work. He stayed there until the tea was gone, the cup empty but still holding the memory of its warmth. When he finally rose to take it inside, the light had begun to fade, and the rain, without announcement, had softened to a fine mist. The sound on the porch roof was lighter now, but the wheel still turned with the same patient steadiness. Inside, Elias set the cup by the basin, then moved to close the door for the evening. The day had been one long conversation between the rain, the river, and the mill, and he felt grateful to have been a part of it. With the lamplight casting its warm glow against the wooden walls, he let the quiet fill the room once more, ready to carry it with him into the night. Evening in the countryside does not arrive all at once. It drifts in slowly, like the mist rising from the river after a day of rain. By the time Elias had put away the last of the tools and folded the blanket neatly over the back of his chair, the sky had shifted from pale silver to a deeper, quieter gray. The light from the windows no longer spilled outward. It was drawn inward, collecting in small pools on the workbench, on the smooth tops of the grain sacks, and in the gentle sheen of the water that had gathered on the porch railing. The rain had thinned to a fine drizzle, each drop so small it seemed less like falling water, and more like the air itself had taken on a new weight. The sound of it was no longer a steady rhythm but a delicate whisper, like someone speaking from the next room. The wheel kept turning, lifting arcs of river water that fell back with a muted splash, each one merging into the darkening current without a trace. Elias lit the oil lamp and carried it to the window. The flame burned low at first, then rose, settling into a steady glow. It threw a warm light against the rain-speckled glass, and the reflection of the flame seemed to float in the gathering dusk outside. Beyond the glass, the river moved in its calm, unhurried way, and the willows along the far bank stood as still as if they were listening. He thought about starting a small fire in the stove, not out of necessity. The air was cool, but not cold, but for the comfort of the sound and the scent of wood smoke. It had been some weeks since he'd last burned anything in the stove, the weather having stayed mild even as the days shortened, but tonight felt like the kind of evening that would welcome a little fire. Gathering a few pieces of dry kindling from the stack by the door, Elias knelt at the hearth. He arranged the wood with care, just as his father had taught him. The smallest twigs at the center, the thicker pieces leaning around them like an open tent. A match flared briefly in the dim room, the sharp scent of sulfur curling into the air before the flame took hold of the kindling. The fire began in a small voice, the dry wood crackling as if speaking in greeting, then slowly grew until the orange light reached the edges of the stove's glass door. He settled back into his chair with the lamp at his side and the fire murmuring softly in the background. The warmth spread outward in gentle waves, carrying with it the faint scent of pine. It mixed with the smell of rain drifting in through the slightly open window, creating a fragrance that was neither entirely indoors nor entirely out, a blending of shelter and the open world. On the shelf above the workbench sat a wooden box with a hinged lid. Inside were a few keepsakes he had gathered over the years, things too small to be of any real use, yet too full of memory to be thrown away. There was a brass button from one of his father's coats, smoothed and dulled with age, a ribbon his mother had once tied around a loaf of fresh bread as she sent it across the lane to a neighbor. A feather from a heron found one misty morning by the river's edge. He took the button in his hand now, feeling its weight, or rather its lightness, against his palm. It had been sewn to the same coat for as long as he could remember, and he could picture his father wearing it on countless mornings, standing in the very doorway where Elias now sat. The memory was not of a single moment, but of many mornings folded together, like pages in a book that all told the same quiet story. Outside, the first hints of night were settling along the far shore. The outline of the hills faded into the deepening blue, and the lamps of a farmhouse upriver began to glow faintly through the mist. Somewhere down the lane a dog barked once, then again, its voice carrying easily in the damp air before fading into silence. Elias rose and poured himself a small cup of tea from the kettle on the stove. The steam rose in curling threads, briefly illuminated by the lamplight, before disappearing into the room's soft shadows. He sipped it slowly, each swallow carrying both warmth and a subtle reminder of the quiet that filled the mill. He could have chosen to read or to mend the small tear in the blanket, or to make a list of tomorrow's tasks, but the evening seemed to ask for nothing more than to be witnessed. So he sat, listening to the fire's low conversation and the distant murmur of the river. From time to time, the drizzle on the roof would pause entirely, as if the clouds were catching their breath. In those moments, the silence deepened enough that he could hear the subtle shifting of the water wheel, its paddle slicing through the river with the sound like a slow exhale. Then, as gently as it had stopped, the rain would return, each drop joining the others as if it had simply remembered its place in the world. Elias let his gaze rest on the lamplight reflecting in the window. In the glass, the reflection seemed to hover against the backdrop of the night, a small, steady star of its own making. It reminded him of winter evenings from his boyhood, when the snow would fall heavily, and the lamplight from their home would glow against it like a warm hand pressed to cold skin. Those were evenings of bread and stew, of boots drying by the fire, of stories told in voices softened by the long day's work. The tea was nearly gone now. The fire settled into a slow burn. He could feel the weight of the day easing in his shoulders, his body moving naturally toward rest. But there was no hurry to rise, no need to rush the evening toward its end. The mill had its own sense of time, and tonight, Elias felt entirely content to live within it. He leaned back in the chair, letting his eyes drift half closed, the lamplight and fire weaving together into a kind of gentle heartbeat for the room. Outside, the drizzle softened once more, and the river carried on, steady as ever beneath. The old wooden wheel, somewhere beyond the reach of the light, the night gathered itself quietly around the mill, as if to keep it safe until morning. Night had taken its place gently without fanfare, folding itself over the mill like a well-worn quilt. The drizzle had steadied into a whispering rain once more, its sound light but persistent, the kind that asks for no attention and yet becomes the very air you breathe. From the porch, Elias could see the sheen of water along the lane, a faint glimmering path that reflected the glow of the oil lamp behind him. The river, dark now, moved as if it were carrying the night itself downstream. Its surface caught what little light there was, scattering it into fragments before swallowing it whole. The water wheel turned with the same patience it had kept all day, lifting and releasing the river in a steady rhythm, as if marking time in a language only the mill understood. Alea stepped out into the cool air, the door creaking softly behind him. He had draped the old blanket over his shoulders again, and it settled around him like a companion. The rain tapped against its woolen surface in a muted patter, each drop softening before it could fully land. The smell of the night was different from the afternoons, richer somehow, as though the earth had opened itself under the rain and was breathing slowly upward. The scent of wet cedar mingled with that of the river, and somewhere in the mix was the faintest trace of wood smoke, likely drifting from a farmhouse upriver. It was a smell that carried more than its own moment. It carried every autumn evening he had ever known. Leaning on the porch rail, he let his gaze wander down the river toward the bend where the willows grew. They were only shapes now, dark against the darker sky, their branches hanging low over the water like strands of hair. Every so often a drop of rain would fall from the tip of a branch, sending a series of ripples outward into the current. He remembered walking that far bank with his mother when he was young. On rainy evenings like this, she would pull her shawl close, and they would pick their way along the muddy edge, stopping now and then so she could show him the tracks left by a raccoon or heron. She had a way of noticing small things, of treating them as if they mattered just as much as the grander events of the day. He had not thought of Vic's walks in years, but tonight the memory came back whole, carried on the damp air as surely as the scent of the river. A gust of wind moved down the water, stirring the surface into a shifting pattern of silver streaks. It brought with it the faint rustle of reeds along the shore and the distant creak of some tree bending in the wet night. The sound was low and slow, like a voice telling the story without hurry, trusting that the listener would stay until the end. Elias shifted his weight against the rail, listening to the rain's many rhythms, the quick patter on the porch roof, the slower drops falling from the eaves, the irregular drips from the wheel as it turned. They wove together into a single voice, the kind you don't so much hear as live inside. Behind him, the light from the lamp reached across the doorway, spilling in a warm rectangle onto the porch boards. It reminded him of winter nights long ago when he would run in from the cold, boots heavy with snow, and find the kitchen lit and warm, the smell of supper filling the air. That sense of stepping from dark into light was one he had never lost, even if the distances were shorter now, even if the light came from a single lamp instead of a whole house full of windows. He turned and stepped back inside, closing the door part way, but leaving it unlatched so the sound of the rain could follow him in. The lamp's glow had softened the room into golden shadow, the fire in the stove a quiet pulse in the corner. He hung the blanket on the back of his chair and sat, letting the warmth seep into him without effort. On the workbench lay a small stack of papers, notes in his handwriting, some recent, some years old. They were not ledgers or lists of work to be done, but fragments of things he had written down simply to remember. The date of the first frost one year, the height of the river after a storm, a line his father had spoken on a morning much like this. He turned one of the papers over now and read it by lamplight. The wheel turns whether we are watching or not, but it turns best when someone is here. It was his father's voice again, clear enough in his mind that he could almost hear it over the rain. Setting the paper back, he reached for the kettle and poured a little hot water into his cup. The tea was weaker now, but the warmth was what he wanted more than the flavor. He cupped the mug in both hands, watching the steam rise and twist before vanishing into the stillness. The rain continued without pause, but there was no sense of it wearing on the night. It was not something to endure, but something to belong to. Here, in the circle of lamplight and the steady company of the mill, Elias felt the rain was not outside at all. It was part of the room, part of him. When he finally rose to put another piece of wood on the fire, he glanced toward the window. The glass reflected the lamplight back at him, but in between the reflections he could just see the faint shimmer of the river in the dark. It was still there, still moving, still carrying its quiet weight toward places he would never see. He stood for a while, one hand resting on the window frame, letting his eyes drift in and out of focus. It was enough to know the river was there, and that the rain would keep it company until morning. With that thought, he turned back to the fire, settled into his chair once more, and let the night close gently around him. There was nothing left to do but listen, and he was in no hurry to stop. The night had grown deeper, though not in a way that closed the world off. It was the kind of night that made you feel the land more than see it, the air carrying the texture of damp earth and the slow breath of the river. The rain kept on, small and steady as if it had settled into its most natural rhythm, each drop falling without rush or hesitation. Inside the mill, the lamplight swayed just slightly with the drafts that slipped in under the door. The stove's quiet heat wrapped itself around the room, seeping into the wooden beams and the linen sacks stacked along the wall. Elias sat in his chair with the old blanket once again over his knees, his cup of tea cradled in both hands, its surface catching the soft light in an unbroken sheen. Every so often he would glance toward the window, not expecting to see anything new, but feeling that the act of looking was part of his keeping watch over the place. Through the rain-speckled glass, the river appeared only as a dark suggestion, its movement sensed more than seen. The wheel's turning was the more visible presence, its slow, deliberate arc rising just enough to catch the faint reflection of the lamp before sinking back into the black water. A faint sound carried to him from somewhere down the lane, a dog's low bark muffled by the rain, followed by the muted clang of a gate closing. It was a sound that spoke of someone else still awake, tending to the small rituals that kept their home in order before turning in for the night. Such sounds were rare enough at this hour, and Elias listened to them as he might to the notes of a familiar tune, knowing they belonged to the life of the village as much as the rain and river did. He thought of evenings long ago when the mill was busier, its doors open to neighbors who would stop by not just to bring grain, but to share the warmth of the stove and a few quiet words before heading home. On nights when the weather was rough, they would sometimes linger, their coats steaming gently as they dried, the air inside thick with the scent of wet wool and wood smoke. He could almost hear the low murmur of those voices now, layered beneath the rain like an echo from another season. Setting his cup down on the small table beside him, Elias reached for the pipe he had kept for years. He did not smoke it often anymore, but he liked the feel of it in his hands, its smooth, darkened bowl warmed by use. Tonight he filled it slowly, packing the tobacco with the same quiet care he gave to all things. When the match flared, the faint smell of burning leaf rose to meet the damp air drifting through the door's narrow opening. He drew in the smoke gently, not for the sake of habit, but for the way it settled into the night, blending with the scent of rain until it seemed to belong there. Somewhere upriver, a faint creak carried over the water, perhaps a branch shifting in the current, or the wooden dock by the old ferry house leaning against its moorings. The sound came and went, just enough to remind him that the river was never truly still. Even at night, even under the steady fall of rain, it carried on with its work, moving what it must, keeping the land's quiet promises. Elias let his eyes drift to the far corner of the room, where the shadows had deepened into a kind of soft shelter. That corner had always been where the dog lay when he'd had one, a sturdy old hound named Jasper, who had known every sound the mill could make. The dog had been gone for years now, but Elias still half expected to glance over and see the slow rise and fall of its breathing, the flick of an ear at the creak of the porch boards. The space felt fuller for the memory, as though time had allowed it to keep a quiet outline of what had once been there. The pipe's smoke thinned and faded. Elias set it aside, then leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees, listening more intently to the rain. It struck him how many shades there were to its sound. The sharper patter on the porch roof, the softened thud against the wheel's paddles, the almost imperceptible hiss as it touched the river's moving surface. Each note had its own pace, and yet together they formed a whole. The way voices in a choir could blend until you no longer thought of them as separate. From the shelf near the window, he took down a small leather-bound book. The cover was worn smooth, the corners rounded from years of being handled. Inside were his own writings, some barely more than a date in a few lines, others pages long, penned late at night when the words seemed to come more easily. He turned to a page near the middle and read a short entry from the past autumn. Rain all day, river high, wheel slow, a heron by the far bank at dusk. The air smelled of cedar and smoke, felt as though the land had drawn closer around the mill. He closed the book gently, returning it to its place. The words had been true then, and in their way, they were true again tonight. Reaching for his cup, he found the tea had cooled, but he drank the last of it anyway, letting the faint bitterness sit on his tongue. The fire in the stove had settled into a low bed of coals, its light barely reaching beyond the small circle around it. Outside, the rain's whisper was the only measure of time worth noting. Elias leaned back once more, his eyes on the shifting glow of the lamp. He thought about how, come morning, the rain might still be falling, and the wheel would still be turning, and the river would still be carrying its quiet burdens toward the unseen places ahead. There was comfort in that, in knowing that some things kept on, faithful to their own pace whether or not anyone was watching. When he finally rose, it was not out of weariness, but simply because the night had reached the point where it seemed to ask for stillness. He crossed to the window, looked out once more at the faint shimmer of the rain on the lane, and felt the quiet settle deeper into him. The mill, the river, the rain, all three seemed to breathe together, and for tonight he was content to breathe with them. The gray of dawn came quietly, slipping in along the edges of the mill without breaking the hold of the night. It was not the kind of morning that announced itself with bright light or bird song. Instead, it arrived like a careful guest, bringing with it a softer shade of the darkness, as though the day were still deciding whether it ought to wake at all. The rain had never stopped. All through the night, it had whispered its way over the roof and along the river, so constant that it had become part of the mill's own breathing. Even now, in the first hour of morning, its sound was steady and low, with the occasional change of pitch when a stronger drop found a hollow in the roof or slipped from the porch eaves into the puddles below. Elias woke to the familiar damp scent of such mornings, a mix of wet wood, river water, and the faint traces of ash lingering in the stove from last night's fire. He rose slowly, pulling the blanket around his shoulders before setting his feet on the cool floorboards. The air in the room felt still, but it was a living stillness, one that seemed to be listening to the rain as intently as he was. At the window, the view was wrapped in mist. The far bank of the river was only a suggestion, its line blurred by the soft breath of fog that hung low over the water. The wheel turned on, unbothered by the hour, each paddle dipping into the dark current and lifting it into the gray morning light. It was a movement so familiar to Elias that he could almost feel it in his own muscles, as though the turning of the wheel had worked its way into his way of moving through the day. He lit the lamp, though the new day had already begun to lend its pale light to the room. The lamp's glow was warmer, casting its gentle gold across the workbench and the few tools laid neatly there. It mingled with the cool silver of the morning light, together creating a balance that felt kind to the eyes. The kettle, left half filled from the night before, was set over the small flame in the stove. While the water warmed, Elias stepped out onto the porch. The air met him with a damp coolness that pressed gently against his skin. He breathed it in, the scent of the wet earth rising to greet the low clouds above. Along the lane, small rivulets of water had gathered, weaving their way between stones and blades of grass, each one finding its own quiet path to the river. The willows by the far bend bowed low, their leaves slick and heavy with rain. Here and there, the mist curled itself around the trunks, as if it had chosen them for shelter. He stayed there for a long moment, listening not only to the rain, but to the subtler sounds hidden within it, the small sigh of the river adjusting its flow around a half-submerged branch, the occasional plunk of a drop falling from the highest eave into the deeper water below the porch, and the faint stirrings of a bird hidden somewhere in the reeds. When the kettle began to hum, he returned inside, pouring the hot water over a spoonful of tea leaves in his mug. The scent rose immediately, earthy, a little sweet, and for a moment it seemed to draw the warmth of the stove further into the room. He sat by the window to drink it, watching the fog shift in slow currents over the river. The first hours of morning were always the most patient. There was no pressure yet to turn the wheel for work, no footsteps on the lane, no cartwheels carrying grain from the farms. It was a time for listening, for letting the day make itself known in its own unhurried way. Elias remembered how his father used to speak softly in these hours, as if matching his voice to the quiet of the land. On mornings when they worked side by side in the mill, his father would sometimes rest a hand on the turning shaft, feeling the wheel's slow strength. "Everything in its time," he would say, not as advice but as a simple fact. The words seemed to have seeped into the walls, for Elias could hear them even now, as steady as the rain. He set the empty mug down and leaned back in his chair, Through the open window came the smell of rain-washed grass and the faintest trace of wood smoke, perhaps from the farm upriver where someone had lit a fire for their own breakfast. The scent was a reminder that, even in the rain, life went on in the quiet corners of the countryside. In the loft above, a few drops of water fell with slow regularity into a bucket he had placed there weeks ago. The roof had a small leak that he had been meaning to mend, but somehow, on mornings like this, he felt no hurry to close it. The sound was soft, steady, another voice in the chorus of the mill's day. Outside, the light shifted almost imperceptibly, the mist parting in thin strands to reveal more of the far bank. The faint outline of the lane beyond appeared, its surface dark and glistening. Elias thought of Clara and how she might be tending to her fields in this weather, pulling weeds between the rows or checking the rain barrels by the barn. The image settled in his mind, another small thread woven into the fabric of the morning. The tea's warmth lingered in him, and the sound of the rain seemed to fill the spaces between his thoughts. There was no need to rise yet, no reason to begin the day's work before the day itself was ready. So he sat, watching the slow unfurling of light over the river, letting it happen in its own time, as the rain kept its steady pace and the mill turned on. By mid-morning, the mist along the river had thinned, though the rain still held to its gentle, steady fall. The world beyond the porch seemed softened, as if every edge had been brushed with a damp hand. The willows on the far bank stood a little clearer now, their leaves shimmering with each drop, and the lane that curved along the ridge could just be made out in the shifting light. Elias had finished his tea and set the mug beside the basin, its faint ring of moisture a small reminder of the morning's quiet. He drew on his boots, slow in the lacing, the way he had always done, as though the day itself might stretch a little longer to accommodate his pace. The sound of the rain against the roof and the boards of the porch seemed to deepen as he bent to his work, a music that asked him not to hurry. He stepped outside with his old hat in hand, pulling it low over his brow before he made his way down the porch steps. The earth beneath his feet was soft, each step pressing into the damp soil with a gentle give. The scent of wet grass rose with every movement, and the low air carried with it the cool breath of the river. The wheel turned steadily beside him, its paddles dark with water, each one lifting a portion of the river and letting it fall again with a soft, deliberate splash. He stood for a while to watch it, the way he might watch a friend at work, not to check its progress, but simply to keep it company. The sound was familiar enough to disappear into the rest of the rain, and yet distinct enough that he could follow it without effort. The river was running a little higher than the day before, its current smoothing itself over the larger stones and curling in small eddies along the bank. Elias made his way toward the spot where the path narrowed, leading down to a low stretch of shore. There, the water lapped against a scattering of rounded rocks, each one slick and dark in the rain. He crouched to touch one, his fingers feeling the coolness seep into his skin. The river, he thought, was always the right temperature for itself. A movement upriver caught his eye, the slow, deliberate passage of a small wooden skiff. It rode low in the water, a thin figure at its stern guiding it with a single oar. As it drew closer, Elias recognized Samuel, a neighbor from farther up the bend who tended a small orchard near the bluffs. Samuel lifted the oar in greeting, his motion easy despite the pull of the current. "Morning, Elias," he called, his voice carrying without strain over the short distance. "Morning," Elias replied, the sound of his own voice blending with the soft patter around them. Samuel let the skiff drift closer, the bow nudging gently into the bank where Elias stood. Thought I'd see how the river's treating you, Samuel said, resting the oar across the gunwales. It's a good day for the wheel. Elias nodded, glancing back toward the mill. It's kept itself busy, he said, nothing to complain about in the rain. For a few minutes they spoke of small things, how the apples were faring in the damp, the news of a fence mended near the orchard, the steady nature of the rain. Their words came without hurry, each leaving enough space for the sound of the river to pass between them. Samuel reached into the skiff and brought out a small sack. Brought you a few of the early harvest, he said, handing it over. The apples inside were cool to the touch, their skins polished by the rain. Elias thanked him with the quiet sincerity of someone who knew the worth of such a gesture. When Samuel pushed the skiff back into the current, the oar dipping once more into the dark water, Elias stood to watch him go. The boat's passage was slow, and it remained in sight for some time before the bend of the river took it away. The ripples it left behind spread outward in patient circles, fading only when they reached the shallows. Turning back toward the mill, Elias walked along the narrow path that led up from the bank. The rain's touch on his shoulders felt lighter now, though the air remained cool and full of scent, the kind that seemed to carry every note of the season at once. Wet leaves, dark soil, the faint sweetness of something still in bloom. Inside, he set the sack of apples on the workbench. One had rolled slightly against the grain of the wood, its pale green skin beaded with droplets. He picked it up and took a slow bite, the crisp flesh breaking with a sound that seemed louder for the quiet of the room. The flavor was sharp and fresh, the kind that wakes the mouth without disturbing the rest of the body. He ate it standing at the window, watching the wheel turn and the rain draw faint rings across the river. A bird darted low over the water, its wings flicking quick silver arcs before it vanished into the willows. For a while, he simply stood there, letting the day be what it was. A river day, a rain day, measured not in hours, but in the steady turning of the wheel. When the apple was gone, he placed the core in the small pail by the door, knowing it would make its way to the compost heap later. There was no rush for that. There was no rush for anything. The mill would keep its own time, and he, as always, would follow. The rain had settled into a quieter fall by late morning, its voice softer now, like a conversation spoken for the benefit of those already listening. The drops touched the roof in small, even beats, their rhythm unchanging, as though the sky had found the perfect pace and saw no reason to alter it. Elias sat at the workbench, the sack of apples Samuel had brought resting open beside him. He had chosen 3 of them, firm and cool in the hand, and set them on a small cloth. The knife he used had belonged to his mother, its handle worn smooth from years of steady work. When he drew the blade through the first apple's skin, it gave a sound that was both crisp and soft, like the tearing of a page from an old book. He peeled slowly, letting the curl of skin fall into a neat spiral on the cloth. The flesh beneath was pale and fragrant, releasing a sharp, clean scent into the room. He remembered his mother peeling apples in this very mill kitchen, the window open to the sound of the river, her movements unhurried in a way that came from knowing there was enough time for everything that mattered. Once the apples were peeled and cored, he sliced them into even pieces, placing them into a wide wooden bowl. A dusting of sugar followed, then a pinch of cinnamon from the small tin kept in the cupboard. He turned the slices gently with a wooden spoon, the sugar drawing out their juice until a light syrup began to pool at the bottom. The scent of cinnamon lifted into the air, mingling with the rain's cool breath that slipped in through the slightly open door. The dough for the crust had been made earlier in the week, resting in a cloth-covered bowl at the back of the pantry. Elias fetched it now, its surface cool and smooth to the touch. He worked it on the board in slow, steady motions, the heel of his hand pressing lightly, the dough yielding without resistance. Outside, the wheel turned on, its creak and splash marking the minutes without haste. By the time the crust was ready, the mill was filled with the gentle energy of purposeful work, not hurried, but moving forwards all the same. He arranged the apple slices inside, folding the crust edges over just enough to hold them. The pie slid into the small stove oven, and the door closed with a sound that felt final in a comforting way. The scent began to grow almost at once, the apples releasing their sweetness into the warm air, the cinnamon deepening in tone as it heated. Elias stepped out to the porch while he waited, bringing with him a small paring knife and another apple from the sack. He set the apple on the rail, its skin catching a bead of rain that rolled down and fell to the ground below. From here, he could see a figure coming up the lane, broad-shouldered, walking with the easy, deliberate gait of someone accustomed to working outdoors. It was Thomas, a neighbor from half a mile downriver, carrying a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Elias raised a hand in greeting, and Thomas responded with a brief wave before mounting the steps. "Brought you something," Thomas said, setting the bundle on the porch table. When Elias unwrapped it, he found a loaf of dark bread, its crust firm and fragrant. "Fresh this morning," Thomas added. "Figured it might go well with whatever you've got in the oven." They sat together under the shelter of the porch, listening to the rain fill the spaces between their words. The bread scent mixed with the faint trace of apples baking inside, and for a time they simply breathed it in, their conversation meandering from the state of the river to the health of the trees in Thomas's yard. No topic needed finishing, no silence needed breaking. When the pie was ready, Elias brought it out and set it on the table between them. The steam rose in twisted ribbons, the filling bubbling gently at the edges where the crust met the fruit. He cut 2 generous slices, the knife sliding easily through the tender apples. The first bite was warm and soft, the flavors familiar enough to carry them both back to other kitchens, other rainy days. They ate slowly, each bite followed by a pause to sip at the mugs of coffee Elias had poured. The rain, steady as ever, played its quiet accompaniment on the roof above them. When they had finished, Thomas wrapped the remaining slice in paper to take home, and they parted with the ease of neighbors who would see each other again soon, whether tomorrow or next week. Elias stayed on the porch a while longer after Thomas left, the pie tin cooling on the table beside him, the smell of apples lingering in the air. The lane was empty now, save for the silver threads of rain that stitched the ground to the sky. He felt the day settle deeper around him, not in weight, but in presence, as if the rain, the mill, and the river had agreed to hold him quietly in their keeping. When he finally rose to take the pie inside, the wheel was still turning, its rhythm steady and sure. The afternoon would come in its time, and with it, perhaps another visitor, or perhaps only the company of the rain. Either way, Elias knew the hours ahead would be just as they were meant to be, full enough in their quietness, and lasting long enough to be remembered. By early afternoon, the air inside the mill had grown warmer, still carrying the soft fragrance of apples and cinnamon from the morning's baking. The rain had not lifted, though it had changed again. No longer the fine, delicate drizzle of the early hours, but a steadier, fuller fall. Each drop meeting the roof and the river with a sound that seemed to deepen the stillness rather than disturb it. Elias had tidied away the dishes from the porch, set the remaining apples in a shallow bowl on the workbench, and drawn his chair nearer to the window. The light through the glass was muted, filtered through the rain in a way that made every color seem softened. The deep brown of the wheel's wet timbers, the silver gray of the river's surface, the pale green of the willows on the far bank swaying under the weight of the weather. On the small table beside him lay a leather-bound notebook, its cover worn smooth at the edges, the pages inside yellowed in places and faintly scented of wood and dust. It was not a ledger for the mill's accounts, nor a diary in the ordinary sense, but a book of notes and observations he had kept over many years. Some entries were only a line or two, while others spilled over several pages, as if the day itself had asked to be written down in full. He reached for a pencil and opened to a blank page. For a moment he sat without writing, listening instead to the rain's many voices, the patter on the roof above him, the soft slap of drops against the water wheel's paddles, the gentler hiss where the rain met the moving current of the river. He wanted the words he wrote to carry something of that sound, even if they could only ever echo it faintly. September rain, he began, his handwriting slow and deliberate. The river a shade higher than yesterday, the wheel turning in its own time. Apples from Samuel's orchard, tart, good for baking. Thomas brought bread, still warm from the oven. We sat on the porch and let the rain speak between us. He paused to sharpen the pencil with the small knife kept in the drawer. The shavings curled onto the table, each carrying the clean scent of cedar. He set them aside in a neat pile, thinking they might serve as kindling for the next fire. Outside, a breeze stirred the rain, pushing it against the window in a soft scatter. The sound called to mind a memory, a day from his boyhood when he'd been sent to the mill with his father on just such an afternoon. They had walked the lane together, boots heavy with mud, the brim of his father's hat dripping steadily. When they reached the porch, his father had paused to knock the wet from his coat before stepping inside, and the smell of damp wool and sawdust had filled the air. The memory was so clear that Elias could almost feel the weight of that coat now, the slow shake of his father's hands before hanging it by the stove. He returned to the page. Rain deepens the air today, makes the boards of the mill swell and creak as they settle. The river moves quiet but certain. The apples are sweet in the warm air of the kitchen. Neighbors carry their kindness in small parcels. A loaf, a sack, a visit, all things enough in themselves. The pencil's lead smudged faintly as his hand moved across the paper. He did not mind. The marks felt truer for their imperfections. When he set the pencil down, he read over the words once, then closed the book with a kind of gentle finality, as though to keep the day safe inside it. He sat back, letting his gaze wander to the far corner, where the light from the stove flickered faintly on the floorboards. The warmth was steady there, reaching outward just enough to touch the air around his feet. He thought about putting another small log on the fire, but decided to wait. There was no need to hurry the burn. The rain shifted again, growing softer for a time, and in the quiet that followed, He could hear the faint tick of water dropping from the eaves into the barrel outside. That sound had been with the mill for as long as he could remember, marking the collection of water for the garden in summer and for the animals in cooler months. It was a sound that spoke of use and care, of living alongside the rhythms of the land rather than apart from them. He rose, taking the notebook and setting it on the shelf beside other volumes like it. Years of days bound in leather and paper, each holding the quiet work of noticing. Some had not been opened in years, and yet he knew that one day, when the mood or the weather was right, he might take one down and find himself again in the pages of a season long past. Back at the window, he leaned his hands on the sill, watching the rain bead and run down the glass. Beyond it, the wheel turned, lifting and lowering the river as faithfully as it had in his father's time. The sight carried with it no sense of urgency, only the quiet assurance that the work was being done, and that it would be done tomorrow, and the day after, and in whatever seasons came next. Aaliyah stayed there until the light began to thin toward evening, the gray of the day growing deeper at the edges. He felt no pull to mark the time more precisely. The hours had unfolded gently, and the rain had been their measure. When at last he stepped back and reached for the kettle, he thought that perhaps this was all a man could ask of a day, to have been present for it, to have written it down, and to have let it pass without trying to change its pace. By the time the day had leaned into late afternoon, the light over the river had taken on that muted, silvery weight that belongs only to rainy evenings. The sky hung low, its edges blurred into the treetops, as though the clouds had decided to settle among the branches rather than pass overhead. The wheel outside kept turning, its creak now softened, the wooden paddles carrying more water than before. Each drop flung back into the current with a quiet splash that quickly dissolved into the river's surface. Inside the mill, the air was warm but dim. Elias had left the lamps unlit, preferring the natural dusk to arrive without interruption. It came in slowly, seeping into the corners and edges of the room, laying a kind of calm across the floorboards and shelves. From where he sat at the small table, he could see the porch and the wet lane beyond through the open door, the rain tracing fine threads across the view. The kettle on the stove sent up a gentle hiss, not quite boiling, its steam curling toward the ceiling in a slow spiral. He poured the hot water into a chipped enamel mug, letting the faint scent of chamomile rise into the room. The tea was pale, the color of late summer straw, and the first sip carried with it a soothing warmth that spread through his chest. He settled into the chair nearest the window, mug in hand, and let his gaze wander across the river to the opposite bank. The willows there leaned heavily over the water, their leaves dripping in unison, each drop creating a tiny ring on the surface that lasted only a heartbeat before smoothing away. He thought of how the river never resisted these small interruptions, never pushed back against the rain, but instead folded each drop into itself without hesitation. It was a kind of welcome he admired, an unspoken way of saying you belong here too. Somewhere upstream, he knew, there was a bend where the water slowed to a near stillness. As a boy, he had often gone there in weather just like this, following the path that wound through the pines and opened at last onto a small gravel bank. The sound of the rain in the trees had always been different from its voice on the river, less of a single, steady note, more a scattered rhythm like the quick tapping of many small fingers. He could remember crouching by the bank, watching the ripples form and break around a fallen branch, and feeling, even then, that time was moving at its own pace, independent of whatever the rest of the world might demand. The memory faded into the present without sharp edges, as if it had been resting just beneath the surface of the day all along. Outside, the rain shifted, becoming finer again, so that the sound on the roof was more like a soft brush than a steady drum. The mill itself seemed to relax into the change, its timbers easing their occasional creak, the air inside growing quieter still. Elias set the empty mug on the table and reached for the small oil lamp that sat beside it. He did not light it yet. Instead, he ran a thumb along the cool glass of its chimney, tracing the faint smudge left from the last time it had been used. The lamp had belonged to his grandfather, and he could still recall evenings in this same mill when the older man would sit just as Elias did now, listening to the rain and letting the dark come in without resistance. It was almost full night when he finally rose to light the lamp. The flame bloomed small at first, then steadied, casting a warm circle that reached across the table and spilled gently onto the floor. The contrast between the lamplight and the dim gray at the windows was striking in its quiet way. One warm and constant, the other cool and shifting. Together they made the room feel whole. From outside came the softest of sounds, a single drop falling into a shallow puddle near the porch step, followed by another and then another, until the rhythm became steady, a counterpoint to the river's broader hush. Elias leaned in the doorway for a while, watching the way the lamp's glow reached the wet boards just beyond the threshold, turning the rain there into tiny beads of gold before they slipped away. The hours ahead promised nothing more than this: the steady wheel, the soft rain, the slow passing of time. And that was enough. He would likely write another line or two in his notebook before turning in, but there was no urgency in it. The day had been full in its own gentle way, and the evening seemed willing to carry that fullness forward without asking for anything in return. He closed the door partway, leaving it open just enough to let the rain's voice follow him into the room. The lamp flickered once, then steadied, and Elias settled again into his chair, letting the warm light and the cool sound of the rain braid themselves together in the quiet. Beyond the window, the river moved unseen but certain, its course as sure as the night that had now gathered fully around the old mill. The rain had kept its company through the night, never loud, never hurried, but constant in that way that lulls a man into sleep and holds him there with a kind of gentle patience. When Elias woke, it was not to the sound of an alarm or the sudden brightness of morning, but to the same soft patter he had fallen asleep to, as if the night and the day had agreed to meet in the middle and trade places without disturbing him. The light that came through the small bedroom window was muted, pale and gray, but in it there was a quiet beauty, the kind that belongs to mornings when the world feels washed clean and still wrapped in its own mist. He lay there for a moment longer, listening to the way the rain touched the roof, how it seemed to lean against the walls, and how the wheel outside answered with its steady turn. The floorboards under his feet were cool when he swung his legs from the bed, and he paused to pull on the thick wool socks folded over the chair. The air inside the mill held a faint scent of last night's fire, that soft, ashy warmth that clings even after the embers are gone, mixed now with the fresher breath of rain through the slightly open window. In the kitchen, he moved unhurriedly, setting water to boil on the stove and spooning ground coffee into the old enamel pot. The sound of the kettle growing warm was a small comfort in itself, a quiet counterpoint to the steady rhythm outside. When the water began to bubble, he poured it slowly over the coffee, watching the dark surface bloom and settle, sending up a rich scent that filled the room. Mug in hand, he stepped onto the porch. The rain had softened to the gentlest of drizzles, each drop making only the faintest impression on the puddles along the lane. The boards beneath his feet were damp and cool, darkened in color, their grain more visible for having been washed clean overnight. The river was calm this morning, its surface smoothed by the mist that hung low over it. He could just make out the far bank, the outline of willows bending slightly toward the water, their leaves catching the drizzle and letting it fall again in slow beads. Beyond them, the land rose into a soft shape of hills that disappeared into the gray. He leaned on the porch railing, holding the mug between both hands, and let the steam warm his face. The taste of the coffee was deep and earthy, the kind that settles into you slowly, matching the pace of the morning. Somewhere upstream, a single bird called, not in alarm, not in haste, but in a way that seemed to mark the moment, as though to say we are here, and the day is beginning. It was in mornings like this, he thought, that the world asked nothing of a man but his presence. No great plans, no lists to finish, only the simple act of standing still, of noticing the smell of wet earth rising from the lane, the quiet lap of the river against its banks, and the way the rain touched everything equally without asking permission. The far side of the yard, the small apple tree still held a few fruits, their red muted now under a thin film of rain. He made a note in his mind to pick them later when the weather broke, not because he needed them, but because it seemed right to take what the season had given and make something of it before the first frost came. He sipped the last of his coffee and listened to the wheel turn. It was a sound that never hurried him, that kept its own measure and reminded him that time could be gentle if a man allowed it to be. The rain would ease in its own hour, the mist would lift, and the day would unfold without forcing its hand. Until then, he was content to stay right where he was, a witness to the quiet work of the morning. Elias set the empty mug on the railing and rested his arms there, watching the way the water slid from the mill's eaves in thin silver strands. The drops fell into the barrel below, each one adding to the slow, deliberate filling. It struck him that life was much the same, not a rush of great moments, but the steady gathering of small ones, each drop worth its place in the whole. Somewhere behind him, a floorboard creaked in the kitchen. The sound was the house reminding him it was awake too, ready to hold the day with him. He turned back inside, the door closing softly against the drizzle, and set about tending to the quiet tasks that waited, a loaf to slice, a fire to light, and perhaps later, a page or two to write in the notebook resting on the table. The rain outside went on, and he let it. There was no reason to wish it away, for in its company, the world felt both smaller and more complete. The kind of morning a man could carry with him for years, long after the clouds had passed. By late morning, the rain had thinned to the lightest of veils, not so much falling as drifting in the air, turning each step outside into a walk through soft breath. The mist still clung to the river, but here and there, the sun was beginning to find its way through, its light stretching into the day like a cautious guest. It was the sort of change that didn't call attention to itself. Only the way the shadows shifted on the porch boards and the faint warmth that came to rest on Elias's hands told him the weather was easing. He had tended the small fire in the stove earlier, more for comfort than for need, and the coals now glowed quietly beneath the thin cover of ash. On the table lay the loaf of bread he'd sliced, its crust scattered in small crumbs across the worn wood. Beside it sat a small plate with slices of cheese and the last of the apples he'd cut that morning, each piece pale and crisp, holding the cool taste of rain-washed skin. It was a simple meal, but it carried the weight of being enough. After eating, he pulled on his boots, the old leather ones with the softened creases that had long since molded to his feet, and stepped outside. The lane was quiet, its surface dark and smooth from the night's steady rain. Puddles lay in the shallow dips, holding small mirrors of the sky, broken now and then by the gentle touch of a falling drop. Elias walked slowly toward the riverbank, drawn not by urgency, but by the quiet wish to see the stones at the bend. He had been thinking of them all morning, those smooth, flat shapes that had lined the water's edge for longer than he could remember. They were part of the place's memory as much as the wheel on the mill or the leaning apple tree, and seeing them again after the rain felt like visiting old friends. The path to the bend was narrow, its edges softened by moss and last year's leaves. In places, the ground gave a little under his boots, holding the rain's memory in its roots. The air smelled of wet cedar and river grass, a scent that was both sharp and comforting. He passed under a low branch where droplets had gathered, each one catching the shy light like a bead of glass before letting go and falling to the earth. When the path opened onto the river's curve, he stopped for a moment to take it in. The stones were there, half in the water, half in the small strip of sand that edged the bank. They were dark now with rain, their shapes softened by the thin layer of mist still rising from the river's skin. The current here was slower, turning the reflections into long stretched shapes. Trees bent twice, once in the air and once in the water. He crouched near the edge, resting a hand on one of the larger stones. It was cool to the touch, its surface worn smooth from years of the river passing over it. In that stillness, he could almost hear the sound of other days. The quiet slap of bare feet in summer when he'd come here as a boy, the crunch of frost underfoot on a winter morning, the low murmur of a friend's voice on afternoons when they'd fished together in the fading light. A small leaf floated past, turning slowly in the current. Its stem caught for a moment on the edge of a rock, then slipped free, carried downstream to wherever the river chose to take it. He watched until it disappeared, its presence lingering in the space it had left behind. The air here felt different, not just cooler, but touched with the kind of quiet that asks for no words. He stayed there longer than he'd planned, listening to the soft pull of the water and the light drip from the trees overhead. The rest of the world felt far away, as though it belonged to another time entirely. When at last he stood, he felt no need to hurry back. The lane, the mill, the small fire in the stove, they would all be there when he returned. For now, the bend in the river held him, and he let it. He traced the edge of the bank with his steps, moving slowly, each footfall a quiet note in the day's unbroken song. On the way back, the mist began to lift a little more, revealing the fuller shape of the hills beyond. Their slopes were softened by the damp air, colors muted but deep, greens made richer by the rain, browns of bare earth carrying the scent of renewal. By the time the mill came into view, a thin beam of sunlight had found the roof, turning the wet shingles to a patch of bright silver. He paused at the porch, looking once more toward the bend now hidden from sight. It was a comfort to know it was there, unchanged in the way that mattered. a place where the river's patience met the memory of all the years it had carried. Inside, the warmth of the stove greeted him, and he set about making a second pot of coffee, not because he needed it, but because it felt right to carry the slow rhythm of the river into the rest of the day. By mid-afternoon, the light had settled into that quiet place between day and evening, where it no longer seems in a hurry to cross the sky. The clouds had gathered again, soft and gray, and the first faint patter of rain returned, not with the steady insistence of the morning, but as though it had tiptoed back, testing its place in the air. Elias sat by the window, a fresh cup of coffee cupped between his hands. The steam curled upward, slipping into the cooler air of the room and disappearing. Outside, the lane shone again with a darker sheen, and small rings began to form in the puddles by the fence. It was the kind of rain that seemed to belong to the afternoon, unhurried, content to stay as long as it pleased. From where he sat, he could see the river's surface dimple now and then, each ripple carrying the smallest glint of what little light remained. The mill wheel turned slowly, its creak softened by the damp. It was a sound he had known for so many years that it felt less like a noise and more like a presence. An old friend who never left, always working quietly in the background of his days. The rain's return drew his thoughts backward, as it often did. There had been other afternoons like this in years long gone. Days when he'd come in from the fields as a younger man, boots heavy with mud, shoulders carrying the ache of work, and found this same view waiting for him. Back then, the coffee might have been replaced by tea, and sometimes there would be a second cup poured for someone else. He could almost see her still, her hands wrapped around the warm mug, the light from the window resting in her hair. He let the memory stay, not rushing it away as he sometimes did. It wasn't a sharp thing now, not the kind of recollection that bit at him. Instead, it felt worn and softened by time, like a stone rounded smooth by years of the river's passing. It was simply part of the room, as much as the stove in the corner or the table by the wall. A gust of wind pressed the rain harder against the glass for a moment, and then it eased again, settling back into its softer fall. He reached for the small notebook on the table beside him, one with a leather cover that had darkened over the years, its edges frayed just enough to show how often it had been held. Inside were pages of uneven lines, lists of things to be done, names of people he'd meant to write to, sketches of the river in different seasons, and a scattering of thoughts caught in words before they could slip away. This afternoon he didn't write much, only a few lines about the rain returning after its absence, and the way the hills looked softer under its touch. He paused after each line, watching the letters dry into the paper, as though the words themselves needed time to settle in. Beyond the glass, the apple tree by the lane swayed gently. Its leaves, darkened by the rain, moved in slow arcs, sending drops sliding down to the grass below. Thought about how many seasons that tree had stood through, how many storms, how many still days when the only sound was the wind moving through its branches. It had been there before him, and, most likely, it would remain after. The light in the room shifted again, growing softer, taking on the color of early evening. Elias leaned back in his chair, listening to the layered sounds of the afternoon. The rain, the low hum of the river, the occasional creak of the building settling into itself. There was a steadiness in it all, a reminder that the day would close as it always had, whether or not he moved from his place by the window. When the coffee was gone, He set the cup aside and simply watched. The rain traced faint, wavering paths down the glass, and now and then a droplet would gather enough weight to fall, leaving behind a clear track through the misted pane. He followed each one with his eyes as though it might tell him something if he stayed with it long enough. The stove gave a soft pop as the wood inside shifted. Elias thought about adding another log, but decided against it for now. The warmth in the room was just enough, and he liked the way the cooler air by the window met the heat at his back. It was a quiet balance, like so much of the day had been. Not too much of one thing, not too little of another. As the afternoon began to lean into evening, the rain continued in its gentle way. The sky would not clear before nightfall. He could see that much. But that was fine. Some days were meant to end in rain, carrying its calm into the dark, letting it lull the world into rest. He closed the notebook, set it back on the table, and stayed where he was, letting the steady rhythm outside be the only story the hour needed to tell. Evening had begun its slow descent, the kind that didn't come with a rush, but rather drifted in quietly, as though it had been in the room all along, just waiting for the right moment to be noticed. The rain still fell, though it had softened further, each drop finding its place without urgency. It was the kind of rain that blurred the edges of things. The hills beyond the river seemed to melt into one another, and the farthest trees were no longer distinct, only gentle shadows against the gray. Inside the mill, Elias lit the small oil lamp on the windowsill. Its light bloomed slowly, casting a golden circle that touched the grain of the old wooden wall and traced the uneven surface of the table beside him. The glass chimney held the flame steady even as the faint draft from the window curled around it. He adjusted the wick, watching the glow deepen, and for a moment the room felt almost like it had stepped back in time. The lamp's light was different from the day's. It didn't try to fill every corner. Instead, it seemed content to leave the edges in shadow, letting the dark be part of the room. It was a light made for listening, for remembering, for letting thoughts stretch out without needing to reach a conclusion. Elias moved his chair a little closer to the window. From here, the lamplight caught the rain on the glass, turning each droplet into a bead of gold before it slid downward. He watched them gather and merge and fall, the slow work of the evening already underway. Somewhere beyond the steady patter of rain, the river spoke in its low, constant tone. It had been running all day, just as it had every day of his life, its voice changing only with the seasons. Tonight it carried the full sound of the rain's gift, swelling a little as the water made its way from the hills. Elias closed his eyes for a moment, letting that sound take the place of any thought. He remembered other nights by this lamp, long ago when he was younger. He and his wife would sometimes sit here after supper, her knitting in her lap, his hands resting on a book he might or might not open. They didn't need much conversation then. The rain would do most of the speaking. Every now and then she'd look up from her work, smiling at something she hadn't said aloud, and he'd know the quiet was enough for them both. That memory held him for a while. It didn't sting now. It simply belonged to him, woven into the grain of the place as surely as the old wooden beams overhead. He thought about how the lamp they used then had been nearly the same as this one, its light falling on her hands as she worked, on the soft curve of her cheek as she listened to the rain. Outside, the wind shifted, bringing with it a cooler breath from the north. The apple tree swayed a little more, its wet branches glistening in the lamplight's reach. The rain tapped a steadier rhythm on the roof now, like a clock whose hands moved too slowly to mark. Elias stood and added another log to the stove. The fire caught with a gentle crackle, its warmth moving through the room in quiet waves. He liked the way the two lights, the fire's flicker and the lamp's glow, spoke to each other across the space. It made the mill feel smaller, but in the way a blanket makes a bed feel closer, more complete. He poured himself a small measure of cider from the jug in the corner. It was cool in his hand, with the faint scent of apples that always seemed to hold a trace of autumn, no matter the month. He took a slow sip, letting the taste settle before setting the cup on the table beside the lamp. For a long while he sat without moving, listening as the rain shifted between the roof, the glass, and the riverbank. Each had its own voice, its own part in the evening's quiet music. The world beyond the mill was entirely its own tonight, yet it felt as though it had drawn closer somehow, as if the rain had carried the hills, the trees, and the river right up to the edge of the lamplight. Somewhere in the distance a single nightbird called, its note low and clear before the rain folded it back into the dark. Elias listened for it again, but it did not come. Instead, he let the sound become part of the space between heartbeats, the place where the night gathers itself. The rain went on, and the lamp's flame swayed ever so slightly in its glass. Elias leaned back, hands folded loosely in his lap, and let the evening close gently around him. There was nothing he needed to do now but stay, in the chair, in the light, in the steady presence of the rain. Night settled without announcement, the way a quilt is drawn over someone who has already begun to sleep. It was not abrupt, nor absolute. Rather, it arrived as a gradual deepening, a slow gathering of shadow and stillness, until the day seemed not gone but folded away, tucked into some corner of the room where the lamplight didn't reach. The rain had softened further, its sound like the slow turning of pages in a book that no one was in a hurry to finish. On the roof, it tapped in patterns that Elias had long since stopped trying to name, not because they were unnameable, but because they changed too quickly to hold. Every few breaths the rhythm shifted as though the rain itself was listening, adjusting its voice to match the night. Inside the mill, the air had grown warmer from the fire, its heat seeping into the wood of the floor, the table, even the frame of the chair beneath him. The lamplight glowed low and steady as if it, too, had accepted the night's slower pulse. Elias leaned back, his body giving in to the chair's quiet hold, the cup of cider resting loosely in his hand. He thought of how many nights like this the mill had seen. Some he remembered clearly, nights when the river had been loud with snowmelt, or when summer storms had sent the rain racing down in sudden sheets. Others had blurred together into the same, the way the faces of distant acquaintances do after many years. But they were all part of the same long thread, woven into the timbers and the stones, into the very air. The fire shifted, a small piece of wood collapsing into embers with a muted sigh. Elias watched the glow flare, then settle into the deep red that seemed to breathe on its own. The sound of the rain beyond the walls and the slow beat of the fire within made the room feel almost like a living thing, something that could remember. His gaze drifted to the shelves along the far wall, where jars of grain and flour stood in neat rows, their glass catching a little of the lamplight. Beside them, a small tin sat alone, its lid worn smooth by years of use. It had been his wife's, kept on the mantel for as long as he could recall. Inside were buttons, each one saved from a shirt too worn to mend, or from a coat that had finally given way to weather. She had never thrown them out, saying that someday they might be needed. Elias found himself smiling at that. The thought that every button had once been held between her fingers, turned in her palm before being dropped into the tin with a soft click. He rose from his chair and crossed the room, lifting the tin from its place on the shelf. The metal was cool under his hand. When he eased the lid off, the faint scent of cedar rose, a smell that had lingered from a time when she'd lined the bottom with a thin scrap of wood to keep the moths away. Inside, the buttons gleamed faintly, a mismatched gathering of bone, shell, and worn enamel. He stirred them gently with his fingertips, listening to their light clatter, and for a moment, it was as though she were just in the next room, humming softly while she worked. The rain gave a heavier sigh against the windows, then softened again, as if aware of its place in the evening's quiet. Elias replaced the lid, returning the tin to its place. He stood there for a while longer, his hand resting on the shelf, not holding on, but not yet ready to let go of the nearness of that memory. Back in the chair, he let the lamplight settle over him once more. The night had a weight to it now, not a burden, but the kind of weight a blanket has when it lies just right. It pressed gently against him, urging him deeper into the chair, into the slow rhythm of the rain, into the easy breathing of the mill around him. Through the window he could just make out the dark sweep of the apple tree, its branches shifting with the faint wind. Beyond that, the river's silver surface caught what little light the night would give it and carried it downstream in slow, patient ripples. Elias thought that if he listened long enough, he might hear the rain reaching the river, each drop adding its voice to the low, endless song. And so he sat, his hands resting open in his lap, his eyes half closed, letting the sound and the warmth and the memory fill the spaces the day had left empty. It was enough. It had always been enough. By the time the clock on the mantel gave its gentle chime for the 9th hour, the night had folded itself so completely around the mill that it felt as if the building floated alone in the sound of the rain. The world beyond the windows had dissolved into shades of deep gray and soft black, edges blurred by the steady curtain of water. Even the apple tree outside seemed more suggestion than shape, its branches swaying in a rhythm only the wind could keep. Elias had not moved much since the last hour, save to tend the fire, sliding a single piece of wood into its heart and watching the flames curl around it in slow acceptance. The air in the room had taken on that particular stillness that comes only after a whole day of rain. A stillness that is not silence, but a kind of patience. The fire cracked softly, the rain murmured at the glass, and somewhere far off, the river answered in its low, unbroken tone. It was in these hours, after the work of the day was folded away, that Elias often found himself remembering not single events, but whole seasons. The way spring had arrived some years like an unexpected guest, turning the brown earth green almost overnight. The way autumn had taken its time, painting each tree leaf by leaf as though reluctant to finish. And winter, how it had a habit of holding the land in its quiet grip, and yet how, under the frost, life never truly stopped. His gaze drifted to the corner of the room where an old wool coat hung on a peg. It had belonged to his father, and though the fabric had thinned at the elbows and the cuffs were frayed, Elias kept it close. There were nights in his boyhood when he had sat by the hearth much as he did now, watching his father mend something by lamplight, a harness strap, a tool handle, or the very seams of that coat, the sound of needle through fabric, the faint scent of the lanolin still in the wool, the quiet hum of concentration. These were as much a part of those evenings as the fire itself. The rain deepened in its tone, as if drawing nearer. It reminded him of nights when his mother would tell him stories, her voice low so as not to wake the house. They were not tales of great adventure or far-off lands, but of people she had known, fields she had walked, and rivers she had crossed on foot in spring floods. She spoke of the mill as though it were a living companion, a steady witness to the work and weather of the valley. Elias had thought then, and still thought now, that she was right. The lamplight dimmed as the wick lowered into the oil, casting longer shadows across the wooden floor. They shifted and wavered with the fire's breath, blurring the edges of the room. Outside, the rain made the window panes shimmer faintly, each droplet catching the light before slipping away. Elias found his eyes tracing them, watching how they gathered into small rivulets, merged and disappeared beyond the sill. There was something in that quiet surrender that felt like a lesson, though he could not have said exactly what it was. He reached for the wool blanket folded over the arm of his chair, drawing it across his knees. Its weight was familiar, woven in a pattern his wife had chosen decades ago. Soft grays and muted blues like the sky after a long rain. The fringe was uneven in places from where she had repaired it by hand. He rested his fingers there, feeling the small, deliberate knots in the yarn, each one a quiet act of care. A small gust stirred outside, carrying the scent of wet earth through the narrow gap in the window frame. It mingled with the smoke of the fire and the faint sweetness of the cider, creating an air so rooted in the place that Elias thought, if he closed his eyes, he might be able to hear the footsteps of every soul who had ever crossed the mill's threshold. The thought brought no loneliness, only a kind of belonging to the building, to the land, to the slow, unmeasured passing of time. The rain did not hurry, neither did he. The night would be long enough for both. He leaned back, letting the chair creak softly under his weight, and felt the deep, steady presence of the mill around him, a presence that had stood through storms greater than this one, and would stand still after he was gone. The rain, the fire, the wool on his knees, the scent of the earth and the cider. They formed a small, perfect circle of the world, and in that circle everything was whole. The rain had been falling for so many hours now that it had ceased to feel like an interruption. It had become part of the night's shape, as natural as the dark itself, folding around the mill in an unbroken rhythm. From where Elias sat, the sound reached him in layers. The quick patter on the shingles overhead, the softer hiss along the grass, and the deeper, more resonant drops from the eaves into the barrels below. It was not loud, but it was constant, and that constancy brought with it a kind of company. The hour was late enough that the air in the room felt thick with quiet. Elias had drifted into that space between waking and sleep, where thoughts do not so much follow one another as they do drift like leaves in a slow current. He could have sat there all night, watching the fire lower itself and the rain keep its patient pace. But then, in the midst of that steady sameness, came a sound he had not expected. It was small at first, a single muted knock against the wooden frame of the mill door, not hurried, not insistent, just enough to suggest that someone stood outside. He waited a moment, half expecting he had imagined it, that it was merely a loose shutter or a branch tapping in the wind. But then it came again, the same gentle knock, as though whoever made it knew there was no need to rush. Elias rose slowly, feeling the shift of warmth from the hearth to the cooler air near the door. When he opened it, the scent of rain came rushing in, and beyond it stood a figure wrapped in a long, dark coat, drops of water still clinging to the shoulders. A young man, perhaps in his early 30s, with a satchel slung across him and the look of someone who had been walking for a long while without minding the weather. "Evening," the man said quietly, as though the night around them had to be kept intact. "Sorry to trouble you. I saw the light in your window." Elias nodded and stepped aside without another word. The young man entered with a careful kind of gratitude, as though aware he was crossing into more than just shelter from the rain. The mill's warmth took a few moments to reach him, but when it did, he loosened the scarf at his neck and glanced around the room. It was not curiosity so much as recognition, as though the wooden beams, the low rafters, the smell of the fire were all things he had known before in some other place. Elias motioned toward the chair nearest the hearth. "Sit, you'll dry faster there." The young man smiled faintly, lowering himself into the seat with a quiet sigh. He set his satchel on the floor beside him, and for a long moment neither spoke. The fire filled the space between them, its low crackle making words feel unnecessary. After a while, Elias poured cider from the kettle into a simple stoneware mug and set it on the table within the man's reach. The steam curled upward in the lamplight, carrying that faint sweetness that seemed to warm the air even before it was tasted. "Been on the road long?" Elias asked at last, his voice steady without pressing. "Since morning," the young man said, "longer than I meant to be. The rain caught me halfway from town, and I thought maybe there'd be somewhere along the river to wait it out. Didn't expect to find this place still here." Elias glanced toward the window, where the rain blurred the night. "Still here?" he echoed. "Been here a long while, and the rain tends to make itself at home." The young man took a sip from the mug, closing his eyes briefly as the warmth reached him. When he opened them again, he looked toward the shelves lined with small objects: a worn compass, a carved wooden bird, a handful of stones smooth as river glass. He did not ask about them, but Elias noticed the way his gaze lingered, as though each piece had its own quiet story he was content to imagine without being told. They spoke little, and when they did, it was the kind of talk that leaves space between sentences. About the road from town, about the river in summer, about the way the mill's wheel kept turning even in weather like this. It was conversation without hurry, the sort that let the rain carry most of the weight. Eventually, Elias added another log to the fire, its light catching on the damp edges of the man's coat where it hung near the hearth. The rain outside softened just enough to hear the faint rustle of the sycamore leaves, their silver undersides flashing in the wind. The young man leaned back in his chair, mug cradled in both hands, and for the first time since he had stepped inside, his shoulders seemed to release whatever they had been carrying. The rain might last the whole night, but there was no need to speak of leaving. Some places, once found, ask you to stay until the weather changes, and so they did. Two figures in the old mill, the fire low, the rain steady, and the hours unfolding without measure. The rain had never really stopped through the night. It had only changed its voice. Sometimes it spoke in a quick patter against the windows, sometimes in a low and steady murmur against the roof. And now, in these pale hours before dawn, it was a quiet, silken sound, as if it had grown tired of its own insistence and had settled into something gentler. The room still held the deep warmth from the fire, though the coals had sunk into a dim, glowing bed beneath the grate. Elias had dozed for a while in his chair, head tilted slightly, hands resting loosely in his lap. Across from him, the young traveler, whose name Elias had learned only after a good while of sitting together, was curled slightly in his seat, the wool of his coat pulled over him like a blanket. The lamp had burned low, its light more amber than gold now, casting long, soft shadows up the walls and along the beams overhead. Beyond the door, the sound of the river blended with the rain, so that it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. It was the kind of hour that belonged to no one in particular, when the world had not quite decided to wake. Elias stirred first, not with any suddenness, but with the kind of quiet that came from years of learning not to disturb what didn't need disturbing. He added a small log to the fire, watching the faint smoke curl upward before the first orange tongues of flame began to find it. The scent of warm wood filled the air again, mixing with the faint smell of wet earth that the rain carried in through the smallest gaps in the mill's old frame. For a long moment he simply stood at the window, looking out at the gray edge of morning. The river moved slowly, its surface dimpled by rain, the water wheel turning at the same patient pace it had all through the night. The sycamore's branches leaned slightly in the softened wind, its leaves trembling now and then with the sudden shiver. Behind him, the young man shifted, his breath deepening into that unmistakable moment between dream and waking. When he opened his eyes, it was not with the disoriented look of someone unsure where he was, but rather with the calm of a person who has woken to find the place around him exactly as it had been in his sleep. "Morning," Elias said quietly without turning from the window. "Morning," came the reply, low and still marked by the weight of rest. Elias poured 2 mugs of coffee from the old enamel pot, setting one on the small table beside the traveler's chair. The steam curled upward in the cool air, its warmth inviting without words. They drank in silence for a while, each watching the rain in his own way. The young man's eyes followed the way it slid down the glass, collecting into small streams before falling away. Elias looked further, past the river bend, to the far bank where the grass would be thick with water by now, and beyond that to the ridge where a thin fog was beginning to gather. It was Elias who spoke next. "You'll find the road softer today. The rain's gentler now. If you've still got ground to cover, it'll be a better walk than yesterday's." The young man nodded, but there was no urgency in the gesture. He seemed content to let the idea of the road wait a little longer. They spoke about simple things as the light grew, the mill's long history, the way the river froze some winters and not others, the orchard up the hill that hadn't been tended in years but still bloomed faithfully each spring. These were not conversations that sought conclusions. They were more like the kind of threads that could be picked up at any time, or left to rest without loss. When the rain softened again, Elias stepped outside for a moment, standing under the porch roof where drops fell steadily from its edge. The air was cool and clean, carrying with it the scent of wet grass and the faint sweetness of something green beginning to stir. From here, the old mill looked just as it always had, the kind of place you could pass by 100 times and still feel was waiting for you, unchanged. Inside, the young man had risen and was looking over the workbench, his hand tracing the curve of an old wooden plane, lifting the weight of a small carved pulley. There was something respectful in the way he touched these things, as though they belonged to more than one lifetime. When Elias came back in, the young man glanced over his shoulder. "I don't think I've been in a place this quiet in years," he said. Elias smiled faintly. "It's not so much quiet as it is settled, the kind of quiet that comes when a place has made peace with itself." The young man seemed to think about that for a moment before nodding, as though he'd recognized something in it that he'd felt but hadn't named. They lingered a while longer, the rain keeping its soft, steady company, until the light through the windows grew stronger, turning the mill's interior from gold to pale silver. It was the kind of morning that asked nothing of them except to notice it. The rain had grown lighter still, almost becoming part of the air itself, a fine drifting mist that blurred the line between earth and sky. From the porch, the world beyond the mill looked softened, as if the morning had been wrapped in a thin veil. The sound of the water wheel turning was steady, its rhythm unbroken by the passing hours, a kind of quiet metronome for the day's beginning. Elias leaned against one of the porch posts, his hand resting lightly on the smooth, weathered wood. The post had been here for decades, sanded not by tools but by years of hands and shoulders brushing against it. The smell of wet leaves carried up from the riverbank, mingled with the faint smoke drifting from the chimney. Behind him, inside the mill, the young traveler was moving slowly, gathering his few belongings. There wasn't much, just a worn satchel, a scarf that had absorbed the scent of the mill's hearth, and a folded map that looked older than he was. He didn't move with the hurried restlessness of someone eager to leave, but rather with the gentle reluctance of one who knows departure is inevitable. Elias stepped back inside, brushing a bit of rain from his sleeve. "You'll catch the road before it gets too muddy if you start soon," he said quietly. The young man looked up from fastening the clasp on his satchel. "I suppose so, though it feels strange to go while it's still like this." His eyes shifted toward the window, where rain streaked the glass in thin, wavering lines. Elias nodded. "That's the thing about mornings like this. They make you believe there's no rush to be anywhere else." There was a silence between them then, not awkward, but thoughtful, the kind of pause that allows both people to feel the weight of the moment without needing to fill it with words. The young man's gaze wandered over the room once more, tracing the shelves with their jars of old nails and screws, the wooden bins of flour from years past, the tools that seemed to have grown into the place as much as the beams and boards had. He lingered a moment longer at the hearth, where the last glow of the fire warmed the stones. "You've made a home here," he said finally, his voice carrying a mix of observation and quiet respect. Elias's eyes softened. "A home makes itself, if you stay long enough to listen to it." The young man smiled faintly at that, as if tucking the words away for later. They shared one last mug of coffee, standing by the window instead of sitting. Outside, the river's surface mirrored the muted gray of the sky, its ripples catching brief glints of light where the clouds thinned. The rain was so fine now it was almost invisible, only betraying itself when it brushed the skin or darkened the fabric of a sleeve. When at last the young man slung the satchel over his shoulder, there was no ceremony to it, just a quiet readiness. Elias walked with him to the porch, both of them listening to the creak of the boards underfoot. The path away from the mill wound gently uphill before disappearing behind the sycamore grove. The traveler stood there a moment, looking back at the building with its faded red siding and slow turning wheel. He didn't say goodbye in the way most people do. Instead, he gave a small nod, the kind that carries its own kind of gratitude. Elias returned the gesture, his hands resting loosely in his pockets. "Safe road," he said, though his tone held more blessing than instruction. The young man stepped down onto the path. The rain, almost weightless now, clung to his hair and darkened the shoulders of his coat. As he moved away, his figure grew softer in the mist, as though the morning itself were gently taking him back into its fold. Elias stayed on the porch until the sound of the traveler's footsteps faded into the hush of the rain. Only then did he turn back toward the door, the warmth of the mill drawing him inside once more. The day ahead would be quiet, but not empty. There would be wood to split, grain to measure, small repairs to tend to. The rain would keep him company, and the memory of the morning, of shared words and unspoken understandings, would linger in the air, as real and steady as the scent of the fire. And somewhere down the road, the young man would carry with him the sound of the water wheel turning, the smell of wet earth by the river, and the kind of stillness that stays in the heart long after it's left the body. The rain had all but faded by afternoon, leaving behind a dampness that clung to the air like the scent of fresh-cut grass. In its place came the gentle dripping from the eaves, each drop marking time in a slow, unhurried rhythm. The clouds had thinned enough for pale light to spill across the mill's porch, softening the edges of everything it touched. The railing, the old rocking chair, the stack of split firewood waiting by the wall. Inside, Elias moved with the ease of someone who has lived many seasons in the same place. The chores of the day had been finished without haste, the kind of work done not for completion's sake, but for the quiet pleasure of tending to what endures. He had swept the floorboards, mended the tear in an old grain sack, and carried fresh water from the well. Each small act felt like a way of keeping faith with the place, of answering its long history with his own quiet stewardship. By the hearth, the last of the morning's fire had burned to a low bed of embers. Elias knelt to coax them back with a bit of kindling, the dry wood catching with a gentle sigh. Soon, the familiar scent of wood smoke began to thread through the air, mingling with the faint sweetness of damp earth drifting in from the open window. He paused there on the hearthstones, letting his gaze wander to the mantel. The old clock ticked softly, its hands moving with the unbothered certainty of something that had never tried to hurry. Beside it sat a small ceramic dish, a gift from years ago, and a smooth river stone he'd picked up on a walk with someone he hadn't seen in decades. Objects like these had a way of holding not just memories, but the texture of entire days. The sound of laughter, the smell of the season, the warmth of a hand resting in yours. Elias thought for a moment about the young traveler. By now, he would be well along the road, perhaps nearing the next town or stopping somewhere for bread and tea. He imagined him pulling his scarf tighter against the mist, perhaps catching the scent of rain on the wind and thinking of the mill. It was a small comfort to know that their morning together had been folded into the fabric of someone else's journey. He stepped out onto the porch once more, the boards cool beneath his boots. The river below moved slowly, as though the rain had tempered its hurry. Along the far bank, the sycamore leaves still dripped, their pale undersides catching the late light. In the stillness, the world seemed to breathe, an in and out so subtle it could only be felt by standing quietly and letting the moment reveal itself. Somewhere up the road, a bird called, a sound both familiar and fleeting. Elias leaned against the porch post, hands resting in his pockets, and felt the day settling into itself. There was no need to name the feeling exactly. It was enough to know that it was here, as steady as the turning of the wheel on the mill. As evening began to stretch its long shadows across the yard, he lit the porch lantern. Its glow was warm against the deepening blue, a quiet beacon that had guided more than one traveler in from the dark. The light pooled on the porch boards and spilled softly onto the steps, as if to say, "You are welcome here," even to the empty road. In the distance, the first drops of a new shower began to whisper against the leaves. Elias smiled faintly at the sound. The rain had returned, gentle and persistent, as it always did. He knew it would keep him company through the night, its steady presence as comforting as an old friend's voice. And so, with the mill's walls holding in their warmth, the lantern casting its steady light and the rain's soft cadence in the air, Elias stepped inside. He closed the door behind him, not to shut the world out, but to let the peace of this place gather close. The river would keep flowing, the wheel would keep turning, and somewhere, in ways both seen and unseen, the threads of all these days would keep weaving themselves into the quiet tapestry of life by the old mill. In that stillness, the heart could rest, untroubled, unhurried, and drift like the rain into the long, gentle night. As the soft rain continues its gentle song beyond the windows, the old mill rests in its quiet glow. The wheel turns at its unhurried pace. The river moves on beneath the pale evening light, and somewhere in the stillness, the heart finds its place. Tonight, may the echoes of this story stay with you like the warmth of a lantern left burning in the dark, a steady reminder that peace can be found in the simplest corners of life. So as you close your eyes, I wish you the kind of rest that goes deeper than sleep, the kind that smooths away the day's weight and leaves you lighter, calmer, and whole. May your dreams be gentle, your night be long, and your heart be quiet until the first light of morning finds you. Before you drift away, I'd love to hear from you, softly, whenever you wake. Tell me, what story would you like me to tell you next?